Thank you. You're reeking aura. I lost my glasses for 5 years. I found them right back there. Barely Breathing Records. Barely Breathing Festival. It's hot. I smoke weed. I'm old. Barely Breathing Festival. Come on, give it up. Give it up for Brian and John. And Mr. Beeries. I know all about it.
For Lord.
All right. If you got a grudge against, if you got yo, shout out to all my people in Valley Stream except for 4 people. Gorge beyond grudges. Thank you. All but one of these songs is going to be in our new album coming out early next year on Profound Lore Records. We got merch out there, sorry. Got shine these things up. Real talk. Somebody lost a brother, and I lost a friend by the name of John Clancy this week, so this goes out to him. And it goes out to everybody else we lost in this underground music community. And if you lost somebody close to you, it's called On the Promise of the Moon. Oh, no. It's not called that. Sorry, guys. We're gonna play that one, don't worry. But, yeah, my biff. My biff. This is called Only the Worm's Witness. Thank you. All right, this next one is the one that it's a little bit about doing shrooms, but not as much as the other one. Yeah, this is gonna be the title track of the new album. It's actually in reality who goes fishing here. Anyone goes fishing? Maybe you got a little old man at home. He goes fishing. This one, rest in peace to my dad. It's for him. It's called On the Promise of the Moon. We got time for one quick one? A couple of us used to be in a band called Buckshot Facelift. And we played with the Unmen like 20 years ago, so this is for them. This one's really about doing a lot of shrooms. Oh! Well, Region Roller, thank you very much.
block back up there?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yo, the pressure be pumping in here tonight. We are late. Thank you. For all my Bible thumpers out in the office. Who else is high as fucking balls right now? That's what I like to see. This one's for y'all, so my mind's fried. Yo, this is for all my homies with their fucking meat in their hand right now. Let me see your hands if you got one of them in your pants, dog. That's what I'm talking about. Do them while you got them. upcoming explosive. Yeah, please stay tuned. Shout out Baby Chico Braun. Fucking love that motherfucker. Shout out Sarah Paz Record John. Fucking love you, brother. Thank y'all for having us here. Glad to be here. Third year in a row. Cover your ears if it's too loud for you. See you in the back there. Shout out RXA Nephew's dumbass who wrote this fucking song. All proceeds go to getting him that one last crack rob with a little bit of fentanyl in it. Little collabing song here. Got a drummer from the station realized too. So I do something special for you guys. Gonna invite my good friend Dre.
Oh, me?
You guys might know from a little band called Rappas. Another little band called Cadaver. Don't check that shit out. Well, a Dahmer cover for you. Thank you. What's up, folks?
What's up, folks? Jay, I love you. Let's go.
Let's fucking go!
What's up, Ray?
That's how you do it. That's how you fucking do it. That's how you do it.
Shit, anyone want to name that tune? No one can name that tune. You're all wrong. That was close. It was Dahmer, but it wasn't a self-titled track.
No, it wasn't something.
That song's out for AEPA. Thank you, guys. Shout out all my crack users in the audience. Go home. Take a nap. Song about all my homies with a hand in their pants. Dig that hand a little bit deeper this time, alright? Use that gooch. That's just nice, alright? Throw that little asshole in a little country, alright? more for you guys. Appreciate you. Thank you guys so much. We're on tour back here. You guys are fucking ripped. Everyone here tonight fucking ripped. Go check out merch tables out there. Live Tool Shed. We also have stuff when you don't want it. Thank you guys. Have a good night.
Let's go! Oh, yeah. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. So are you. I love you. It's 8 o'clock. It must be my bedtime. wait for that one. Do it again. Come on.
Once more.
Thanks for having us, man.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, man.
Six seconds.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Goddamn right, bro.
Yeah, man.
I mean, we were meeting a long time ago.
Oh, shit, man. Yeah. Yo, from Indiana, right?
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's not with them at the time.
Word.
But I've definitely seen your on Instagram. Good to meet you.
Appreciate you, Don. Good to meet you again.
Oh, yeah.
You guys a couple times with you. You guys came to my house.
We did
I was already
last October.
Yeah, I was already
Yeah, with Gray, right?
Yeah.
Yo, oh, yeah, man.
That was fun. I just want to sing.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah.
That previous saxophone insane. All the like experiences that have also.
I got Jim's mix pretty good already, so you guys can push it.
You're past the point of affecting you. It's not gonna happen to you now.
Need a hand?
I just wonder how to turn it on. We can do it whenever you're ready. Don't worry about it. You do your Sounds good. Yeah.
What is this like video game section? I don't know. It's so insane.
There we go. I hear it. I see the
G'day legends. In this video, I want to share with you the magic of 1176 style compression. 1176 compressors are easily one of the most used and most loved compressors out there. And the reason being, they're pretty easy to dial in and they achieve a great sound. You can really control a dynamic range with an 1176, but you can also add character and excitement with it as well. Now, for all of the demonstrations I'm going to show you in this video, we're going to be using the EchoFix EFP5. This is a pedal that was recently brought out by EchoFix. It is a studio grade compressor in a pedal format. So you might have been looking at that like, hey, that's a guitar pedal, but yes, it is a guitar pedal. You can put it on your pedal board, use it with guitars, basses, any kind of instrument that you can plug into it. You can use it that way as well. But you can also use it as a piece of outboard gear, as an insert with your audio interface, send sounds out of your DAW, process them through this and back into your session. And that's exactly what we're going to do. Now, all of the examples that I'm going to show you, all of the settings, that's fully transferable to 1176 style plugins, any other 1176 rack compressors. It's all the same because this is an 1176 compressor just in a smaller format, and it absolutely sounds phenomenal. So for our first example of where 1176 style compression can be really magic is on drum room mics. So I love the transformation that that has on room mics. Have a listen to it in the context of the full drum mix as we bypass it off and on. Just listen to the energy that it brings to the drum kit. Just sounds so cool. So that's with a 20:1 ratio, which is basically like a limiter, fastest attack and release times, which means that as we push the signal in, it's literally just going to crush it down, but it's also going to bring everything up really fast at the same time. And that's why it brings out all of the energy of the room and just sounds massive. If you're enjoying this video, the best way that you can show your support is to hit that like button right now and leave a comment below. Let me know one of your favorite ways to use 1176 style compression. And let me know, what do you think of the EchoFix EFP5? For our next example, let's check out the famous all buttons in mode on the full drum mix. Have a listen to how cool this sounds, just crushing the drums, but then also blending it in parallel, how much energy it brings to the kit. I love the sustain and the dirt that it adds to it, that saturation and grit. It's really cool. So for our next example, let's try this out on some acoustic guitar. Now, acoustic guitar is kind of a funny one. I usually don't love heaps of compression on an acoustic guitar. So pay attention to what we're doing here is we have it in a 4:1 ratio. We have a slow attack time and I've slowed the release time down a little bit so it's not really aggressive, because the faster the release time, the more saturation and almost distortion you can bring out of a sound. Now, I don't particularly love hearing that on acoustic guitar unless I'm going for a kind of dirty sound with it. For this, I want to keep the acoustic sounding natural, but I want to level it out and make sure that we can hear all of the nuances of the playing. So this is where the high pass filter is really important, so that the compressor doesn't react so heavily to the low end of the acoustic guitar, and also the mix knob, so we can get that sweet balance between the dry and the wet signal. Check it out in solo, but then also have a listen to it in the context of the mix. And here, as we bypass it off and on, it really does help the guitar to sit in the mix a lot nicer and be a lot more audible and clear. So for me, a setting like that is really magic. It glues the acoustic together, but it doesn't sound over compressed at the same time. Of course, bass guitar sounds great through an 1176. I mean, most things sound great through an 1176. But what I like about bass is you can really control the dynamic range. It's a great compressor for just controlling dynamics, things that are poking out and really soft. You can just bring all of that together really easily. But I like the attitude that it gives the bass too. I've got the attack time pretty quick. It's not the fastest because I still want to let some transient through. I've got that fast release time just to balance out all of the playing, and it's just giving the bass what you would call a spanky sound, because it's grabbing it but it's still letting a bit of transient through. You get a little bit of pluck and it just gives the bass a nice attitude. So I love the flavor that adds to the bass. So before we jump into our next round of examples, I just want to run you through all of the parameters and settings of the EchoFix EFP5 so you can see how true it is to the classic design of an 1176, but how it also contains a couple of extra awesome additions. So we have inputs and outputs. With an 1176, you push the input to get more compression and then you balance it out with your output. We have variable attack and release times for shaping the compression. We also have a high pass filter, which is a great feature to have on here. It lets the compressor ignore the low end below the threshold that you set, and that way you can get some smoother compression if you're working on bass heavy content. We also have a mix knob, which lets us blend between the wet and the dry signal. We've got all of the typical ratios that you would expect for the one: 8:1, 12:1, and 20:1. And you can also do the famous all buttons in mode. We've got a couple of different metering options: view to gain reduction, a +4 output, a 0 dB output. And you can also turn the VU meter off if you want to, but I don't know why you would want to, because it just looks so good. We've got our pedal bypass here, but we can also bypass the compression circuitry with this one here, and that allows us to use this as a dirt box because the signal still passes through all of the circuitry. It just doesn't get compressed. We've got a 1/4 inch and an XLR input. We have a gain boost switch, which is really cool if you want to push the signal in harder to the compressor. You can get some really colorful sounds out of it. Sidechain input, we have a balanced XLR output and an unbalanced 1/4 inch output. There's a mod switch on the back which allows you to switch between normal attack and release times to slower attack and release times. And to power this thing up, it just requires a 9-volt power supply. Now this next example is just a really cool feature that you can do with the EFP5 is you can turn off the compression circuitry. Dirt box. So basically you just drive the input and the output and you can get different flavors of distortion. And as I mentioned before, there is a gain boost on the back. So we're going to flick this in and overdrive some bass. So check this out. check out saturating a bass drum and a snare drum with this. That's an awesome feature, and you can get some creative sounds out of it, not just compression. Now, as I said before, part of the magic of an 1176 is how fast it is, how you can control dynamics really easily. So I've got an acoustic guitar here that's doing a lead line, and it's very all over the place. Some big plucks because, you know, acoustics are pretty dynamic, and there's bits that come out of the mix really nicely and then they disappear into the mix. Have a listen to how this just reins it in, keeps all of those softer parts audible for us, and brings all of the loud, plucky stuff down, so it's just a lot more balanced. For this one, we're doing quite a fast attack time to grab those transients, fast release time to balance it all out, and a 20:1 ratio, which is basically like a limiter, because we're just trying to control these peaks and bring up the lower stuff and just get that dynamic range brought in together. I love how easy it makes it to control that dynamic range. We no longer have things jumping out and being jarring and then sounds getting lost because they're too quiet. We have a nice balanced performance there that just sits in the mix way better. And of course, one of the most magic places for an 1176 is on vocals. It's just such a great compressor for controlling the...
What's up? It's Andrew from the band Ripped to Shreds, and today we're going to look at how to learn noisy death metal and gore grind songs. I'm sure this is a pretty common experience for people into this kind of extreme music where you want to learn it. There's literally no tabs. Would ever think to make tabs for these and upload them online on something like an Ultimate Guitar. I've seen some of the Songster AI tabs, and while they are better than nothing in some cases, in many cases, they're completely wrong. There are some that are wrong in extremely obvious ways. If you load up a Insect Warfare song and it tells you, oh, you play it by just going the whole time. Yeah, it's really obvious. That's incorrect. But there are also songs that are wrong by a more subtle amount, and it would be difficult for you to know that if you don't already have a bunch of experience with being able to learn these songs by ear. How do you learn songs by ear? You need to be able to recognize intervals. That's an exercise as simple as and internalizing this interval as that's a minor third and being able to recognize it all over you would have to be able to recognize that what I just played are the same intervals no matter where they are on the neck, just by ear. There are various mnemonics for learning intervals, like you would memorize the sound of a fifth interval by referencing the Superman theme. Or like a minor second is, and you remember, okay, that's the Jaws theme. There's really no replacement for just putting in a lot of work learning songs. And as you get better at recognizing intervals, it'll become easier and easier for you to hear a melody and translate it to your hands. This is all very good and easy when you're learning a piece of music that is very easy to hear. You know, maybe it's like a pop song and you want to learn the melody. Okay, you can sing it. It's right there. It's way up front. The problem comes when we are examining music that sounds like this. Maybe you have better ears than I do, but I cannot actually hear a single note in there. I love sulfuric cautery. I love this particular song, Radiation and Salvation, but I'm experiencing more like a wall of noise with the snare blasting to give it some rhythm rather than a set of notes. So if I want to learn this, I have to be able to hear the notes. I'm going to open up Reaper here, and we are going to attempt to clean up the sound a bit so that we can actually hear what the guitar is doing. So this sulfuric cautery song has 2 rhythm guitars, pan right and left. What jumps out to me at the first listen, obviously, snare's super loud, we have to tame the snare. So we want to look for the snare harmonics. So the fundamental of a snare is going to be between like 150 to 200 hertz, and the harmonics are built on that fundamental. So then it'll be at like 300, 450, 600 for the second, third, fourth, something like that. You can usually visually see the harmonics with an EQ like FabFilter Pro Q3 here. One way you can do it is by using this headphone looking thing, which is the solo mode, and now you're only listening to what's in that band that you've selected. Okay, so I think that's the snare pretty much out of the way. There's still quite a bit of cymbals. Let's try and take those out. Like, these are moves that you would never make if you were just mixing something, right, or mastering something. But we have a very specific goal right now, and our goal is to make the guitar audible at all costs. If I concentrate, I can hear the guitar. If you want to get more granular with the guitar, what you can do, you can right-click this, go down to Item Processing, and hit Explode Multi-Channel Audio into new one-channel items. That will produce 2 files like this. Left channel, right channel. So if you just pan these all the way to the side, you just get the original thing. But if they're both centered, so you've taken the stereo file, split it into 2 tracks, now they're both panned hard center. If you flip the polarity of one of them, like that, suddenly everything that was in that center channel is gone. They recorded like, I think 3 vocal tracks, 1 down the center, 2 pan to the sides. So there's still quite a bit of vocals in this particular song. Most bands, all the vocals would disappear. The kick will disappear, the snare will disappear. Some of the cymbals will go away, not all, leaving you with a bit of cymbals on the sides and mostly guitar. The cymbals are definitely overwhelming, so let's just cut some of that out. We have to identify what is being played, right? And I like to do this by singing it out loud. So, da 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 da. If I try to put that on guitar, now I'm aware that Trashy plays in A standard, and I have this tune to drop A. I'm usually not that concerned about being in the exact same tuning as a particular band that I'm learning. If the open strings are necessary, I will actually pull up a Rhea pitch and just pitch shift the song either up or down to match the lowest string I have. Quite often, actually, pitching a song up will make the very low-tuned riffs easier to hear and understand. But like when I was trying to learn some of the pulmonary fibrosis songs for that video with Yu Ying, when I pitch shifted it up, I was like, okay, I can hear way better. Not that concerned about playing the exact fingerings that Trashy is using, unless there's a really good reason for it. If there's something particularly complicated, or if it's, like a solo with a particular timbre to which string I'm playing which note on, then the tuning really matters if you're trying to nail exactly the same thing that they did. But if you just want to learn the notes, tune how you like, pitch shift the song around, it's up to you. Da, 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 da. That sounds about right. Oh no. And if you're like me, and you have a really shitty musical memory, you really want to write this down. You can use Tux Guitar, which is a free tabbing software. It does require you to understand standard notation for rhythm, which is something, you should know. But assuming that you don't, just write it on paper. Lucky for me, the song's short, so I can kind of hold it in working memory. When I'm learning songs that are a lot longer and a lot more complex, or if I'm learning a solo with a ton of notes, I need to have the Guitar Pro software there, so I don't need to try and hold everything in my head. I believe this song's actually just 2 riffs. There's another riff that's... We have that first riff that's like... And then I think we have a simplified version of that comes in here, and also here, which sounds like... So it's just da 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 da. So it's just like the first half of that riff repeated without the variation at the end. And then here in the song, I believe, it sounds to me in the last quarter of the song, it goes back to the first riff, the variation at the end. I'll admit that part is extremely noisy. I'm probably only like 80% sure that what's being played there is correct. Another important part here, going to YouTube, looking for live videos, looking at their hand positions. You can slow things down on YouTube. You can slow things down in Reaper too, but I just don't think it's particularly useful for this example. I hit Shift W to create anchor. Shift W, and I drag it like that. The problem here is not exactly speed. For this particular riff, it's really goddamn noisy. I would like to look at one more song here, because this is mono to start with. You can't cancel out the center channel to get the guitar super loud. So this is from Phoetopsy's Dispartum, Gagging on the Corpulus. First thing for me, it's super, super bassy. That's just distracting for me. 2 more things I noticed right away. The guitar tone is very scooped, which makes it sound more brutal, but it also reduces clarity. So if we boost the mids, that should bring back quite a bit of clarity to the guitar sound. And the second thing is that we're lucky that the vocals are mixed relatively low. They don't take up the entire sonic spectrum. So let's try and fix those real quick. Okay, and then I'm going to take a bit of that snare out. I actually have no idea what this band is tuned to. I'm not sure whether or not they're actually going all the way down to A, because the riffs are faster. This is actually where I will want to slow it down by using that stretch thing I showed a bit earlier. If you try to stretch it too much, it's going to sound really fucking weird. In real extreme cases, especially when I'm dissecting really, really fucking fast shred solos, I might even slow it down as much as like 30% and just try to identify one note at a time and punch that in. Is really tedious. I would not recommend doing that. It's a lot easier if you already understand the style that they're playing, and you listen for the contour of the run. and you know what kind of patterns they might be playing, and it'll be a lot easier for you to guess. But in this case, I'm not as familiar with brutal death metal. I'm just gonna go slow and so you can already see it's sounding pretty weird at 70, so maybe not that slow. It doesn't sound like it's trilled, which is something I might assume for brutal death metal. It sounds more to me like it's being slid. Something like that. Strategy, you've probably been told a million times in taking tests. If you're stuck, move on, come back to it later. Same thing applies to transcribing and learning things. Dun, 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 dun. I believe that's a slam. It sounds like those are the only two real riffs in this song. And the way I would notate it on like paper, this was like a song that you were sharing with bandmates that maybe they don't know how to read rhythm for standard notation, and this is something that you would see with a lot of bands like from the early 90s. They would write down something like A, X4, B, X4, kind of like that. Okay, so then the slam repeats once, and then, so I guess you could call that slam chopped in half. So they keep playing it to the end. Let's try and count that. Okay, so total of 12 times. This is how I would write it down to remember or to show other band members if I was writing a song like that. So specifically for this Phaetopsy song, I would say I'm probably only like 60 or 70% sure what that A riff is, just because I'm so much less familiar with brutal death metal. And a lot of learning stuff is just being very familiar with the style and knowing how things should sound. So if you've already learned a lot of gore grind songs, okay, I listened to the sulfuric cautery song, I've transcribed some of Trashy's parts before, I can make a pretty good guess what Trashy is playing. But for like this Phaetopsy song, I almost never learn brutal death metal parts. It's going to be a lot harder for me to be like, okay, they're doing this, they're doing this. I think it's a pretty good guess of what that A riff is, but I'm just not 100% sure. Back to what I was talking about at the start. Even after you've EQ the songs to make them a little more hearable, it's going to be a lot easier for you to relate those pitches to your instrument ear training. You also want to be able to read rhythms out of standard notation, because those are really just the basic building blocks for being a better musician. Musictheory.net. The stuff on there is free. It's got a really good ear interval trainer. Put some time into it. You'll be able to relate the pitches to your instrument. You'll be able to sing it in your head. And when you listen to a riff being played like this, you will be able to go, okay, I hear dun dun on my guitar. It's just dun dun. That's how you learn noisy ass songs by ear when there are no tabs and you got to do everything yourself. That's all for today, folks. Eat ass, blast fast. I will have the t-shirt for that soon, actually. September 20th, I will be in Los Angeles at 1720 with my band Ripped to Shreds, and I hope to see you all there. Peace.
Co-producer is going to give you unique sounds that actually fits your track in seconds. Let me show you. First, let it listen. Looking for the vocal chop. Always be there.
We are regurgitated entrails from San Diego, California. Thanks for being out here. Fucking Texas is amazing so far. This first one is called Erotic Torture Methods. That shit fucking sucks. Go cheer. Alright, this next one is called Disfiguring Fetal Population. We are regurgitated entrails from San Diego, California. We're glad to be here tonight. I hope we fucking enjoy this shit. Listen to heavy slams and fucking thank you all for being here. Thank you for seeing the previous bands. And fucking stick around for Nuclear Remains. Alright, we're gonna get started. This is called Ancestral Orgy. fucking damn it! Sipping on that drink. Alright, this next one is called Disfiguring Fetal Copulation.
And dude, been jamming for like 4 hours, bro.
Oh yeah?
Pretty active. It's been pretty sick. It's been pretty sick.
Alright. Green. We got some green postulated going.
Yeah, we're gonna play green postulated.
Is that a good camera elation?
Oh yeah.
You see it? Oh yes. Alright.
Who's this? What's this?
Disgorgulation. Oh yeah. Can I waterfall some of that? Some of your Fiji. That's my Fifi. Your Fifi jotter. Good Fifi jotter.
Okay, get my butter.
Fifi jotter la fuck lamu in the jiddle yang.
You are not a fungal toot.
Bro, I'm a fuckle tootin' on the jiddle yang, a snuggle boot. A snuggle boot. What are you
smoking
about?
Welcome to Regurgitated Underworld. Buddy, fuck you. Fucking regurgitated underworld.
Oh shit, buddy. What? The class. Alright.
Top to bottom now?
Yeah, ancestral. Ancestral Regurgitated jiddle yanks. Jiddle yanks. All you jiddle yanks. Step the fuck up. I think it's erotic. It's like erotic. Yeah. Or wait, no. Slurping. It's slurping, yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't remember how the actual album is supposed to go because I just have the fucked up CD. Yeah. Everybody's are fucked up. The CDs are fucked up, bro. the CD, erotic torture methods is second.
No, yeah, it's all
Yeah, sexual slurping, disfiguring, erotic, perversive, smoking, and sickening. Slurping Anthony fluids. Yeah. So who calls it that? I don't know. Oh.
That's not funny.
Samuel Little? Fuck you, bro. Somebody said Samuel Little.
Samuel Hernandez Brown.
Samuel Hernandez Brown. Bat flesh. Bat flesh. Who are you, bat flesh? Sharknado. That's too far. Sharknado the third. It's fucking older. It's Joe.
Julian Batflesh.
Oh, yeah. No.
Julian Batflesh.
Oh. Fuck it, jeez. Disfiguration.
This is called An Azure Hand Cooked Up My Spine.
see that cop? Are we doing echoes? Yeah. Which one's that? I think it's the bad one.
The posty one?
The loudest speed sign one?
That is.
No,
this was like
that's a pop punk song, dude. It's the pop punk.
I'm normal, Cleveland, Washington, soon to be Chicago, super group. Yeah. All right. serious in the game. Couldn't do it.
My bass pedal.
Anyone got a bass pedal?
Give me a minute. This is a single, right? Yeah, it's a single. Okay.
This is our first show, and it's awesome to see a lot of people out of this. And just sweet. One of the best bands out in the Midwest right now. Wogleg's cool. Just heard the ride last night. They're super cool. And Goliath, just kidding, they're good. Good friends of mine. Alright. We're good now. That song is called Echoes.
Can we get a little bit of my vocal over here for Andy, please? That's a first. He wants to critique when I miss my vocal cues and all that. Checking up on me. Yeah, but you're not the goth judge up here. I'm only working with so much up here.
love being a part of the 21st century. I wake up every day excited about what I'm going to do. But at the same time, I look at this sick old world and I go, God, let's get out of here. I love America. I love the American lifestyle. I love being a part of the 21st century. I wake up every day excited about what I'm going to do. But at the same time, I look at this sick old world and I go, God, let's get out of here.
Hey, thanks, Noel. Dude, no rules, right? It's so sick having them. And what was the other band we played with? Oh, Young Widows. Freaking yeah, right. Thanks so much for doing the tour with us. Lathe, well, I'm talking about the bands we've been on tour with for like the past week. Lathe is great. I'm talking about Null. Anyway, thanks guys.
It's Lathe's first night of the tour. Yeah, we're gonna have to haze him in after this. They're not gonna like that. Lathe's boss. This is it, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
These are my top 4 Ethernet cables for gaming on your PS5, Xbox, Nintendo Switch, or PC. And guys, before we get started, make sure to like, share, subscribe, and comment. It really helps the algorithm. Thanks. Alright guys and gals, our top 4 Ethernet cables for gaming. Cable number 1.
This is definitely one of my favorite Ethernet cables, from a company called Monoprice. This is the Monoprice Cat6A, and we currently use this cable for my son's gaming rig. The Monoprice Cat6A is very affordable, is available in many cool colors. I love the orange and the purple. Includes a heavy-duty boot to protect the RJ45 connector, and includes a lifetime warranty. The Monoprice Cat6A is available from 6 inches all the way up to a whopping 100 feet. And this cable is double shielded. The only downside to this cable is that Monoprice seems to have some stocking issues. There'll be links for this cable in the description below. And make sure to check out all the cool colors.
Alright guys, cable number 2.
This is my favorite cable for tight spaces. This is the Cable Creation Cat6 90-degree Ethernet cable. If your gaming console or PC rig is located in a very tight spot with very little space for wires, then this Cat6 from Cable Creation will work perfectly. If you've ever damaged your Ethernet cable's RJ45 connection because of a tight space, then pick up this Ethernet cable from Cable Creation to alleviate your Ethernet issues. And this Cat6 Ethernet cable is very affordable and is available in 3, 6, and 10 feet lengths. The only downsides to this cable is the basic shielding and limited lengths. We'll have links for this cable in the description below.
Alright guys, Ethernet cable number 3.
Ugreen is known for making fantastic Ethernet cables, and we have many of these cables in our home network. And the Ugreen Cat 8 is our number 3 pick, because even though it's a Cat 8, it's still very affordable. And this Cat 8 comes with a textured braiding that looks very nice, and this Cat 8 is double shielded, also has protected tips, and the Ugreen Cat 8 is available all the way up to 65 feet in length. Links for this cable will be in the description below.
Alright guys, our last cable, cable number 4.
If you're looking for a long and powerful Ethernet cord with a flat design, then the Snow Kids Cat 8 is your best bet. The Snow Kids Cat 8 is made for running under rugs and carpet, which makes it very versatile and durable. This Cat 8 is double shielded and comes in a nice silver color braid, and also includes protective tips and is available up to 100 feet. The only downside to this cable is that it's kind of stiff, which makes it harder to work with. However, the Snow Kids Cat 8 is very affordable. Links for this cable will be in the description below.
So guys, that's it, the top 4 Ethernet cables for gaming. And with that, make sure to like, share, subscribe, and comment. And for God's sakes, hit the bell icon. And I'll see you in the next video real soon. High five. Peace.
Fall is on sale at Michael's. Get up to 50% off trending decor.
Hello, welcome to SpecTech. Are you facing problems with your wireless network? And want to switch to network cable but the router is too far? Don't worry, we got you covered. It is evident that LAN cable connection is more stable and can deliver high download and upload speeds. I am going to use this extender plug to connect my laptop to the router, by joining 2 LAN cables, so that is lengthy enough to reach to my room. First LAN cable connected to the router from the 2nd floor, connecting to the adapter on one side. First LAN cable connected to the router from the 2nd floor, connecting to the adapter on one side. And the second LAN cable is connected on the other side. The adapter is sealed off with the aluminum foil to make it dust and water resistant. The second LAN cable is directed to the laptop. If this video was useful to you, hit the like button, share it with your friends and office folks, as many people are working from home, it may be useful for them. If you want to see more such videos, then like, share, subscribe, and do comment if it worked for you. What is the difference between a Wi-Fi and Ethernet connection in terms of speed? While a number of variables determine actual speed of a Wi-Fi connection and an Ethernet connection, Ethernet is almost always faster than Wi-Fi. The fastest Ethernet speeds today top out at 10 gigabits per second or higher, while the fastest Wi-Fi speeds theoretically max out at 6.9 gigabits per second, though actual speeds are much slower, usually less than 1 gigabit per second. What is the difference between a Wi-Fi and Ethernet connection when it comes to reliability? An Ethernet connection is consequently more reliable, as it is insulated from interference and crosstalk and unaffected by the presence of physical objects. This is SpecTech signing off.
What's up, guys? I got a 10 gigabit switch and I'm going to do a speed test along different category Ethernet cables. So I have a Cat 5 that on paper can go up to 100 megabits per second. I got a Cat 5e that can go up to gigabit per second. I have a Cat 6 that can, for short distances, can go up to 10 gigabits per second. But for slightly longer, it needs to be a Cat 6a cable, which I don't have on this list. And then I have a Cat 7 cable, which can go up to 10 gigabits per second. And I have a Cat 8 that can go 40 gigabits per second, but I just don't have the hardware to do that. Let's just go run a speed test because the results will definitely surprise you. So I'm going to explain the scenario real quick. I basically have two computers and I'm going to do a local speed test. So this is my main Windows machine. I'm going to click Start Server. I've done a separate video on how to set up your own local speed test server. I'll link that down below if you guys are interested. But let me zoom in with the camera. So essentially all I need to do is with the Mac, I just need to go to that IP address and port, and then I can just run a speed test because right now my Windows machine is acting as the server. So I'm going to, let me zoom out with the camera. Let me switch the HDMI port to the Mac. Okay, so now we're on the Mac. So I'm going to refresh the page. It's not connected to anything. I'll open up the Internet Speed Test app. It's not connected to anything. So Wi-Fi, everything is off right now. So we're going to start off with the Cat 8 Ethernet cable. So this thing is beastie. And this should give us 10 gigs, no problem. So I'm going to connect this right here to the Mac Mini. And then the other side, my switch is right here. So I'm just going to connect it here. And this switch is beastie. It's the XS512EM. I recently reviewed this thing, and it's very, very fast. So I refresh the page. It sees it. Again, I went to that IP address, 192.168.1.44. The colon and 3000 is the port. And again, my Windows machine can handle up to 10 gigs. The switch can handle up to 10 gigs. The Mac Mini can handle up to 10 gigs. And the cable can actually go up to 40 gigs, gigabits per second. Not gigabytes, but gigabits per second. And yeah, pretty much got almost 9.8 gigabits per second download and getting right around that for the upload. So right around there, basically. So very, very fast. If I were to do an internet speed test, my internet speed tests are 5 gigs per second upload and download. Now, I don't like doing the internet speed test as much because it really depends on the server you're connecting to, but we are getting 5 gigs down. Some of the servers, the upload speeds aren't that fast. You just need to get like the right servers so it could be as fast. But it looks like this one's not doing too bad. But basically, I got just about my 5 gig speeds up and down. Just about. Okay, so now let's test the Cat 7 Ethernet cable. So, and I'll save the internet speed test for the last cable as well. So we're gonna go with the Cat 7 Ethernet cable right here. And I'll link these below too in case you guys are interested. I have a few Cat 7 Ethernet cables from a few different brands, and they all work, at least the ones that I have, the 3 or 4 brands, the 3 brands I think that I have work really, really well. So give it a second, let's refresh. Okay, it's connected. We're going to click start and getting, let's see, is it going to take, okay, so it took us up there as well. So again, 9.7, 9.8, and in an effort to speed up the video, once it shows me these speeds for the uploads, I'll just disconnect it just to make the video as short as possible. So, but yeah, we're pretty much getting there. You know what? Just let it finish. Just for the sake of completeness. Okay, so this Cat7 Ethernet cable didn't go as fast, so I'm actually glad I let it finish. Granted, if I do the speed test again, I have ran it with this cable and it does get to those 9.8 gigabit speeds. In fact, you know what? Let's just do a retry, just to show that it does actually go there for the uploads as well.
Wouldn't it be nice if work was just smooth? It can be with Zoho, the smoothest, easiest, coolest CRM around. If you want to get jazzed for your CRM, sign up for Zoho and make work smooth.
Fill your bagel? Of course. Fill your potatoes, eggs, and pasta? Hello, creaminess. Philadelphia, a creamy touch of magic.
So, but they all pretty much go to those speeds. The Cat 7, the Cat 8, all the brands that I have of the category 7 and above, they do get to those much faster speeds. So let's see the upload as well. Since we're just testing it live, let's just see what happens. Okay, so yeah, it is going better this time around. I was actually kind of surprised a little bit that I got to 9.3 because I haven't seen it lower than 9.7. Okay, so we got the full, almost full 10 gigs. Almost, not quite, but almost. Okay, and that can be a hardware limitation on the Mac, the Windows, or the Switch itself, that it's not getting to that perfect 10. But I mean, that's very, very close to it. Okay, next we got the Cat 6 Ethernet cable right here. Now, here's the kicker. This cable, these cables are short. And that's the important piece to this puzzle. Because if these cables were longer, the Cat 7 would be fine. The theoretical limit for Ethernet is 100 meters. So, I mean, you can run a pretty long cable. But the Cat 6 is not as long. See, all of these cables are pretty short. The Cat 5 cable, I would say, is a little above 6 feet. But the Cat 5e is even shorter. So these are all short cables. So the Cat 5e and the Cat 6, if they're longer, you know, that's obviously going to affect performance because these things are rated for much slower speeds. But for short distances, so we got pretty much the full speeds with Cat 6 as well. And let's do... Now here's where it gets interesting. Once I could take this cable out. Oh, because this thing's underneath it. I can't open it all the way. This little tab above it went underneath it, so I couldn't push it all the way down. Okay, so now we have the Cat 5e Ethernet cable right here. And it's funny too, because these cables get thinner as well. So this Cat 5e is a pretty thin cable. The other ones, especially the Cat 8, is pretty thick. Okay, so Cat 5e, in theory, is limited to gigabits per second speeds. And I'm literally getting, like, the same speeds as all the other cables. And this, like, the first time I saw this, I got really surprised. I was thinking, I'm like, okay, for short distances, they'll probably get, you know, maybe like 3 or 4 gigabits per second at the fastest. And I literally got, I'm getting basically the same speeds as the other cables. Again, for short distances, the short distance part is very, very important. And if I do an internet speed test, let's see what we get with this. Again, my internet speeds are 5 gigs up and down, gigabits per second. I mean, look at that. So I review a lot of routers and mesh systems a lot, and a lot of them come with Cat 5e Ethernet cables. And for the longest time, yeah, so we got basically 4.8 down and 5 up. So very, very fast, incredibly fast Ethernet cable. Now here's the moment of truth. I feel like I cut myself off. Here's the moment of truth. This is a super old category 5 cable. And this was the one that I was the most interested in, because the faster cables, I'm like, you know what, it's fine. So I'm gonna do a speed test, and this is going to be the kicker. Let me remove the Cat 5e out of the way. This surprised me the most. I was like, there's no way this cable is gonna be that fast. I was like maybe I'll do a gigabit, maybe a little bit faster. And it's like, no, it's category 5. It's really, really fast. Again, short distance, very, very short distance. If this cable was longer, I highly doubt it would get to these speeds, because it's not rated for that. It's rated for up to 100 megabits per second. But literally, I got the full speeds. And again, just to show you guys, I'm going to refresh this page. I'm going to click start, and I'm going to unplug the cable, just so you guys see, like, this is legit. This is a test. I'm doing it live. As you guys could see, it got cut off right away. And then if I connect it, let's see if it goes back up. Okay, well, it stopped there. All right, so upload, it stopped. Let me disconnect it. So, I mean, let me connect it back. It's probably going to finish by the time it connects back again. Okay, well, there it is. It started going back up. But you guys see, like, this, it's crazy that a Cat 5 cable, and let's do an internet speed test as well. It's crazy that a Cat 5, not Cat 5e, but Cat 5 can actually do these crazy speeds. I'm literally getting my full internet speeds. Basically just about, yeah, like, look, 4.9. And the upload, my upload is also 5 basically, and yeah, pretty much got full speeds. So the lesson here that I learned is that for super short distances, it looks like even a Cat 5 cable can support up to 10 gig speeds. Assuming all your other hardware is compatible with it. So obviously you need a compatible switch, compatible, like all the hardware, because the parts in a network, everything works as fast as the slowest part in the network. So yeah, it's crazy that this cable right here, I'm very surprised, very surprised. Well, if you guys enjoyed this video, smash that subscribe button. I have way more router videos coming up, way more mesh systems.
Your marketing, sales, and HR teams can reuse and remix approved content made by the creative team.
We're getting married this year. Time to save wherever we can. So we tried a different detergent. Seemed like a good deal.
The detergent was so watered down it left our clothes with stains and dinge.
My favorite shirt became my PJs.
And I'm not risking mine.
We're back with Tide.
Tide's the real deal.
Stop paying for watered down detergent. It's got to be Tide.
The dumpster fire, that is Spotify. If you were looking for something to help you jump ship, I think this is something that could literally change the game. Some people are having a real problem with the CEO of Spotify is doing. All of a sudden now, Spotify absolutely will be able to do this. Here's where I feel like it's all gonna fall apart for Spotify. It may be over for Spotify. I mean, this is such a huge deal and a game changer. If you are a creator on the platform who's been looking for a way to leave, if you're a user on the platform and you're no longer about what Spotify is doing, let me start with this. When I reported on this at the beginning of the year, and I was like, Spotify is announcing it's going to do this super premium deluxe tier, and that's coming at the end of 2025. So I'm like, where are we at? And the reason why this really worried us is because they're like in the list of all the things the super premium tier is going to give users. One of them is higher resolution audio. Users will also get early access to concert tickets. Okay, fine. But then it goes, users will be able to remix music on Spotify. And we just had a field day with this, and we go, all right, we're going to reverse engineer, because we need to see, is it truly possible that Spotify would allow users to remix our music? And that is a huge deal, because when you remix music, you do it as a collaboration. You have to give someone the authority to remix and then release it. And then maybe you don't like the final remix. Maybe you don't want to collaborate with certain people. This is absolutely a collaborative process. and it requires permission, sometimes compensations. I mean, there are music producers who do remixes as like a full-time gig and they get paid really good money for this. Okay, so with that context, we go, can Spotify even do this? So we reverse engineered and we went and looked at the music distributors and the major ones. We've reviewed the major ones, the mid-tier ones, pretty much everyone at this point. And we go in the contracts that you guys sign when you distribute your music to Spotify, the contracts very often, not in every single one, but almost every single one, it says you're giving the right to the distributor to give rights to Spotify. And those rights often included remix rights. At the time that this language was put into place for a lot of these distributors like DistroKid, their contract has been the same for many years. Unlike a lot of distributors who update their contracts ever so often, they've kept theirs the same. So this language was kind of like pre-AI. And the reason is because there was a time where you needed to give DistroKid or other music distributors the right to create little previews of your songs, right? To send it to iTunes. And so in doing that, they have to create different versions of your music. That's why this language was in the distributor contracts. But now what we're seeing is that, well, if DistroKid, if CD Baby, if all these companies have the right to give remix rights to Spotify, all of a sudden now, Spotify absolutely will be able to do this. So how close are we to having this happen? And then also I go back to, why might it already be over for Spotify? Okay, couple things. I'm looking at the clues and the signs that Spotify is actually getting ready to pull the trigger on this super premium tier. The first thing is that it just rolled out this mix feature. It's in beta mode. You should be able to see it in your Spotify account, but let me just show you. This is from or on the Spotify website. So in any case, they go, all right, you can now mix your music. This is different than the fading that you can currently do between songs on your playlist, which is just something you toggle on and off and select, right? This is different. This is like you being a DJ. So you can go in and you turn on the mixing. So you have the fade, you can change volume, EQ, effects, use the waveform for beat data, right? So you're kind of acting like a DJ. So if you were looking on your playlist, there should be a little button here for mixing. Now, the question is, well, is this a big deal? Do you guys even care about this, right? Is this impacting the rights to your music by allowing people to do these things like speeding up the BPM, changing the EQ, because they do this as a setting within the playlist. And so again, they're acting kind of like a DJ. And if you were plugging in your little DJ controller and you were doing this, there's a way to do this already. So if Spotify is now doing it, is it even a big deal? Well, nonetheless, they're rolling this out. Another clue is that Spotify is now kind of trying to become a social media platform. So this is from Music Business Worldwide. Slide into Spotify's DMs. Platform launches in-app messaging to boost content sharing. Spotify has started rolling out a direct message feature inside its app, which the platform says is meant to make sharing music and other content easier. The new tool will be available on mobile devices, right? So the idea is like they want to be WhatsApp, they want to be Instagram. And so I'm curious just in general how you guys feel about this and whether for the average user, they're going to end up feeling like Spotify's just bloated because there's now going to be all these like social media tools of like chatting with each other and they're trying to do too much. And so from a fundamental, like, is the core of what Spotify is changing? Now that's a user question. We're looking at this from both the user standpoint as well as the artists who use this platform standpoint, but that's another clue, right? They're rolling out the things that they have, I think, because they're gearing up to do the big launch. Now, here's where I feel like it's all gonna fall apart for Spotify. Apple comes along and they made a little announcement. Look out, Spotify. Apple Music is introducing a new tool that allows users to import playlists from other streaming platforms. In other words, Apple is making it possible for people to jump ship from Spotify and come on over to Apple. This is from Consequence of Sound. After beta testing in Australia, New Zealand, the playlist importing tool is now available in the US, UK, Mexico, Canada, France, Brazil, and Germany. As reported, the tool can be found in a new music settings menu called Transfer Music from Other Music Services. Now, here's what I think Deezer should do. This exact thing. Not everyone is a fan of Apple, okay? But I think if you were looking for something to help you jump ship, I think this is something that could literally change the game because a lot of people have put in time and effort and sweat, blood, tear, plural. I cry one tear. You might cry more. But anyway, just, this might be the way to actually bridge that gap because some people are having a real problem with the politics behind what the CEO of Spotify is doing and where it's investing in. So there are a ton that are pulling their music from the platform. The primary reason is the mass exodus. Spotify CEO Daniel Ek's investment in Helsing, a German company specializing in AI military software. We've reported on this, and I think it was an investment something just shy of $700 million. So, quote, a PSA to those unaware, Spotify's CEO Daniel Ek invests millions in AI military drone technology. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard shared on Instagram recently, quote, we just removed our music from the platform. Can we put pressure on these Dr. Evil tech bros to do better? Join us on another platform. Zuzu posting, quote, we are currently working to take all of our music off of Garbage Hole Violent Armageddon Portal Spotify. So AKA people are feeling very strongly about many of things that are happening, but as I call it, the dumpster fire that is currently Spotify. And from the perspective of the independent artists and the creators who are trying to just utilize this platform, because I'm a sell before you stream kind of gal, and that's a free download that we have, which is my method of making money from the music that I release, that my clients release, right? This is the way to monetize before you actually put your music on streaming platforms. If you want to have your music on Spotify, if you want to have your music all these places, you have to treat them like glorified marketing because you're not going to make money there. Where you can make money is by selling your music on your own website. You can even use a platform like Bandcamp where you allow people to pay what they want, right? There are different ways basically to creatively connect with the people who want to support your music, but understand that these platforms are not set up to really help you be successful. And that's been the big question mark for Spotify. It's like at the end of the day, is this really just about money? Is this really just about the advertisers and the subscribers? And you really don't care. Because if you cared, fill in the blank with any of these examples of you would have done something. When there are fraudsters on your platform that are using AI to impersonate real artists, to commit identity fraud, when they are pretending to be human authors, they want to make AI music and that's allowable on your platform, cool. That's different from someone lying. And then if you, Spotify, are going to say, we'll kick people off who misrepresent themselves on our platform, and then you do nothing about the AI acts on your platform. One of the biggest offenders being the Velvet Sundown. And as we've covered, they lied about who they were and all this stuff, and then they ended up updating their bio. And my speculation on that had been, I bet Spotify got a hold of them. I bet Spotify reached out, and I go, if that's the case, that's even more offensive. It's one thing to be silent. It's one thing to ignore the problem because, I don't know, are you just data gathering? What are you doing, Spotify? But it's another if you're like, hey, actually, we want to give you the cheat card here. Just fix it. We're not going to delete it. I don't know what happened in that situation, but I just kind of go back to, at some point, I'm curious if there's going to be such a surge and such a uncontrollable amount of nonsense that is happening on this platform. And that's the nicest word I could possibly think of, because what's happening is horrifying. But I wonder that there's going to be a tipping point, and also just because of the volume, right? So even just the volume of AI music, right? It is going to drown out. It's a matter of time. It is going to drown out human authors, and that might be good for you. That might be bad. Leave a comment down below. But nonetheless, independent creators who want to be separate from all of this stuff and don't want to have to rely on middlemen, you have to do something. And the something that you can do is sell before you stream. And you could even take your music completely off of these platforms. And I know the rub. I know why you don't want to, because you're just going to make it difficult for people to find your music. You are now taking up a pitchfork, and maybe that's not what you want to do. You're not trying to fight all the distributors. You wish they would do better, but you're just trying to work your day job to support your music career until it can bring in enough revenue. And I totally get that. And that's why we do this channel. So guys, make sure you subscribe. We're here to help you, including to help you monetize your music to make money. I'm very glad that you're here. I'm Tom Music Attorney. I'll see you on the next one.
Auto-tune is way more than just pitch correction. Did you know that? I actually have an Auto-Tune Unlimited subscription, and it really gives me a whole powerful vocal chain, an AI powerful vocal chain, man. Let's go down this vocal chain. So one of the first things that I would do on this mix is attack those plosives. So let's just get those out of there.
Lipstick and eyelashes, bust down lace and sunglasses.
Often what I also like to do is kind of get that low range muddiness out of there. But the problem with a lot of static EQs is that where she's singing at, it's going to kind of slide back and forth along the frequency spectrum as she's hitting other notes. And then that end up making you do a lot of EQ cuts to actually minimize that low frequency kind of build up here. So they have a pitch tracking feature. I'm gonna enable it. I'm gonna hit track, and we're gonna go to the first harmonic and then just track that first harmonic and reduce it a little bit as needed to just make sure that the vocal is super clean.
Lipstick and eyelashes.
See, it's already tracking it.
Bust down lace and sunglasses. Blush on my cheeks, got my nails long. But I still love me when it all comes off.
Let's do another track right up in that area, right about the fourth harmonic of that vocal. We getting a little bit more kind of nasaliness. You know what? I think with this one, I'm gonna just make it dynamic.
Lipstick and eyelashes. Bust down lace and sunglasses. Blush on my cheeks, got my nails long.
And automatically that vocal is sounding more even, just cleaner already. And all I did was use literally just one plugin. This is part of the Auto-Tune Unlimited. And the dope thing about Auto-Tune Unlimited is that it has so many AI powered tools that will really help creators not have to think so much about the settings and just be creative. You know what I'm saying? When you're working on your songwriting, you're working on production, or you just want to get to the point faster in your mix, man. The Auto-Tune Unlimited, I think, has some really dope tools, and it all sounds good.
The liver typically stores some fat, but if more than 5% of your liver's weight is fat, then you have MASLD, which stands for Metabolic Dysfunction Associated Steatotic Liver Disease.
We published our public statement. We stand united, not against AI itself, but against corporations that have built systems on stolen music. The end product is a very important piece of whether it's fair to train without authorization. Now, this is an important piece on where we stand today. Anthony Fantano, Ben Jordan, Curtis King, DJ Payne 1, and 1,300 others have all spoken out, and they said enough is enough. And the reason why is bigger than you think. So yesterday, we published our public statement, and this public statement is by and on behalf of all independent music creators. So let's go through it. Now, for context, my law firm, Delgado Entertainment Law, joined forces with class action law firm EKSM, and we filed class action lawsuits in the pursuit of defending and protecting and seeking justice related to independent music creators and the fact that their music was used without their permission or authorization. But let's take a look at this public statement. Independent artists and industry leaders Ben Jordan, Curtis King, Anthony Fantano, Venus Theory, DJ Payne 1, Cuddy Fresh, also known as K-Fresh, Sync My Music, Tony Justice, and almost 1,300 others stand united to defend creators' rights against unlawful AI training and protect the future of music. We stand united, not against AI itself, but against corporations that have built AI systems on stolen music without consent or compensation. Now, before I continue, this has already received over 1 million views just in the first day, and I'm really excited about not just where we sit right now with our lawsuits, but we'll also be talking in this video about, well, what's happening in the other AI companies that are getting sued and their lawsuits. But let's go back to the public statement. Independent music creators are among the world's greatest innovators. They shape culture and take the creative risks that drive the entire industry forward. Yet time and again, independent music creators are the first to be exploited and the last to be protected. Today, powerful AI companies, including Suno and Udio, are profiting from their work without credit, without compensation, and without permission. In just one example, Suno has publicly admitted to scraping and duplicating tens of millions of, quote, publicly available, that's from their answer in a different lawsuit, publicly available songs to train its AI models. Songs that very likely belong, by far majority, to independent music creators. As alleged in our class action lawsuits, Suno and Udio's actions are unlawful, strike directly the music community's most vulnerable and valuable members. They could have licensed music lawfully, as many responsible AI companies already do. We allege they instead chose theft. Now, before I go on with the public statement, for some of the prominent names that have joined in this fight and helping just to spread the message and encourage people to kind of join, because you can still join, this is what Anthony Fantano has to say. This unadulterated laundering of musicians' creativity must stop. Curtis King. Notably, I am not anti-technology, but I am pro-ethical uses of technology. AI should not be a tool that diminishes the value of human artistry by saturating the streaming market with unearned content, further reducing the already minimal earnings of independent artists. Our goal is to ensure that creativity and human efforts remain at the forefront of the music industry, and that independent artists and musicians who have dedicated their lives to their craft are fairly compensated, respected, and protected. Now, going back to the public statement, as alleged in our class action lawsuits against Suno and Udio, we are of course alleging that in their admission that they trained on publicly available music, we still don't know what that means. Did you go over to Spotify? Did you go to YouTube? We're going to find out that information in our cases. But what's been interesting over the course of the last year that we've been covering this, the US Copyright Office actually came out with the AI and copyrightability report. And this is what the US Copyright Office, which is the most influential agency in the United States when it comes to all things copyright, had to say. The US Copyright Office recently made clear that the unauthorized training of AI on creative works like music, which could have otherwise been licensed lawfully, does not qualify as fair use, and has expressed the view that such conduct is certainly not, quote, fair. And then, of course, as we've been covering on the channel, federal courts have recently and likewise come back and they go, well, we're going to look at this in the fair use, and we go, this is a really important distinction. Even if we're to AI training in order to create something new, right? Like in the Anthropic lawsuit, right? The focus of that, and we're going to talk about the update, but the focus of that is that Anthropic trained on books to then create an internal system and a database, not to make more books, but to have something that Claude, right? The ChatGPT of Anthropic, that Claude could pull from when it was doing outputs. So the important distinction here is that even in the cases where some courts are like, yeah, it is fair use because you're transforming on the original books or the creative stuff into something brand new, well, in that particular case, the court came back and goes, asterisk, except when the AI company goes and pirates, when it takes, when it steals, when it could have otherwise licensed or purchased. So that's a really important distinction because, again, with the Copyright Office being like, we don't think it's fair use, but in any other situation, if you're going to go and take books to then create competing books, it's probably not fair use. And now courts are saying that as well. They go, that's a really important distinction. The end product is a very important piece of whether it's fair to train on other people's creative stuff without authorization. We said this at the very beginning, and I want to highlight it, okay, because it's just that important. We said we stand united not against AI itself, but against corporations that have built systems on stolen music. And I just want to make a point to always reiterate that because, you know, messaging gets confused. And for everyone who's been a part of this, and they said it, we're going to continue going through their statements, but this is not an anti-AI thing. You know, it just so happens that these are AI companies. If it was a cupcake business that had stolen a bunch of music, we wouldn't be anti-cupcakes, all right? We would still be the issue of the taking of the music without authorization. Ben Jordan, on the other hand, says, having been involved with the early testing and development of using machine learning as a creative tool for musicians and sound designers, it would be hard to find someone more enthusiastic about AI's potential to push music production into a new era. But scraping existing original music without consent to train an AI model to generate music based on the material accomplishes very little, if anything at all, for art, artists, or even our consumers. What I see is a parlor trick that obfuscates the appearance of reselling IP without compensating the rights holders. Our friend DJ Payne 1 also going on to say, AI cannot create without our music. We never consented to having our music used to build a multi-billion-dollar technology. We have not been asked, we have not been paid, but we have been robbed, disrespected, and mocked by rich technocrats. This fight is bigger than music. So importantly, what's the goal here? Right, we have filed now class action lawsuits against Udio and Suno. Well, let's go back to the open letter. Independent creators stand behind these class action lawsuits against Suno and Udio. The goals are simple. Stop the theft, stop what is happening, remedy the harm you have caused, and we want to set case law that protects the next generation of artists. We are here to fight back. And what I can say is one of the most important features of what we're doing, it's not just, again, to seek a remedy for you guys, because you have never had a seat at the table when anything important has happened in the music business. It's always been major record labels who were able to pay for the representatives and pay for the legislation and pay for whatever. And that was a big driver for why we are here today. But also, we get to literally set case law to protect all music creators on a move forward basis. And this is what Cuddy Fresh had to say. Producers like me spend sounds that define culture, and we deserve to be partners and shape how AI learns from legacy. If we're included instead of overlooked, we can build a future where innovation honors the artists who made the music possible in the first place. Venus Theory going on to say, quote, "This is an industry propped up on venture capital that serves no purpose beyond being acquired by the next highest bidder and skating its way to its next series of funding before it all goes bust." I kind of love that he focused on that, because especially, we mentioned Anthropic and the tens of billions that it was previously valued at. The 60 billion has significantly inflated. Artists should never be afraid to fight back by biting the hand that feeds itself solely on what it's taken from them. This is Tony Justice, and in fact, Tony Justice is our lead plaintiff. As an independent country artist and truck driver, I've worked extremely hard writing songs from the heart and building a career. To learn that companies like Suno and Udio took music without permission was devastating. This lawsuit is about standing up for every working artist who deserves respect for their God-given talent. Now, of all of our wonderful creators, right, who have joined this fight, like I said, it was 1,300. We posted this, it got 1 million views already, and we have had so many new people who have signed up, but still continuing to advocate for us. We have Sync My Music. If companies like Suno and Udio want to truly support the future of music, getting consent from musicians before training on the work is a no-brainer. It's about showing basic respect for the people who build the sounds AI is learning from. When artists are included, not exploited, we get better tools, stronger communities, and a future where humans and AI create side by side, not at each other's expense. And I will say that for some of the AI music competitors that are starting to come out and really focusing on this ethical sourcing, on actually doing deals and getting them into place. And 11 Labs is one that comes to mind, because for me, I just go, the way that they have done their deal, why every other AI company, why they didn't do this deal is beyond me. So the way that 11 Labs has done their deal is that they go, hey, we're signing up with Cobalt and Merlin, and we're going to get access to all the music. And of course, artists, they will opt in. Everything's going to be on the up and up, but we'll get access to all of this music. And then we can, if we make money, you make money. So meaning they're not going to pay anything up front. So in this rhetoric that we continue hearing from AI companies where they're like, it would have just been too expensive, it would have broken the bank. Even if that's the case, there's other ways to do deals where, it's more of a let's work together, let's be collaborative, let's be honest and transparent. You know what I'm saying? So we're looking at some of those other cases. And of course, this was a quote from Billboard. "Difficulty of proof does not insulate Suno or Udio from liability. Independent artists are entitled to discovery to demonstrate how their works were used and reproduced." And what we can see is that that question is becoming more and more important, because even if a court does determine something is fair use, if the ultimate purpose is to compete and drown out the original thing that it trained on, a book, a painting, a song, probably not fair use. Now, this is an important piece on where we stand today, because right now our lawsuits have been filed and we are at different stages in both of them. But what's going on in these other cases? Because I've mentioned now Anthropic a couple of times. This is from Music Business Worldwide. Anthropic settles authors' lawsuit over pirated books, and it could be a gift. Anthropic has actually reached a settlement. This is with book authors, right, who accused the AI company of illegally using their copyrighted books to train Claude. The resolution of the author's case could prove, well, significant, right? The company, which was then, when this article came out, valued at 61 billion. It's actually even more than that now. Evidence from the author's case has revealed that Anthropic downloaded millions of files from pirate websites. The music publishers originally sued, alleging that the chatbot was actually regurgitating copyrighted lyrics, right? So they go, well, it's literally spitting out our lyrics with very little prompt. And so we think that's because it was trained on our lyrics. And then what happened is that Anthropic played a bunch of games and it would not give discovery. It would not give the answers that were being requested. And in fact, the author's lawyers ended up finding out the information that essentially won them the case and got them to this place through a different lawsuit. Evidence emerged during the lawsuit, giving the new publishers ammunition. And the judge in that case, Judge William Alsup, found that Anthropic pirated 5 million files from these different platforms, and crucially, for the music publishers, the lawyers discovered that LibGen contains well over 1,000 illegal copies of sheet music, songbooks, and other lyric-related books. And they cited one that stood out was Seven Rings, right? Recorded by Ariana Grande, Tiny Dancer, written by Elton John, right? So guys, this is where we're at. As we're looking at these other cases, we've been looking at how courts are coming down on this. What I will say is that as I'm reading all these opinions from these courts, there is a real disdain for what these businesses have decided to do. And I think that the unfortunate connect is that it's AI related, right? And so somehow AI artists are getting a bad rap. AI companies, well, no, there are ethically sourced, ethical AI companies, artists who are using AI to enhance their craft, right? These are separate from what we're talking about. And so what can you do? Well, if you want to get involved, if you want to join, go to indieailawsuit.com, and there's 2 ways to get involved. One is that you can become a plaintiff, and it's pretty easy. You just sign up to be a plaintiff, and then we'll do the rest. We'll let you know when there's updates.
Which pill will it be? Red Rhino pill or Blue Eternal Bliss pill? I'll give you 1 second to think your thoughts over this thinking thought. Blue Eternal Bliss pill it is. Now that you've taken this strange pill from a random man in a dark alleyway at 1 a.m., for some reason all you can listen to is Blue album covered albums. What? You're scared because you can't think straight because of the pill, but do not worry, for I appear. I am here with every Blue album I fuck with. You will not be let down, I promise. Okay, so yeah, here are some Blue albums that I really enjoy, I really mess with, and hopefully you guys mess with them too. There will be some obvious ones here in my list due to iconic status, and there's going to be some obvious ones if you've been watching my channel. You know what music I really enjoy, so you're going to already know what it's going to be on my list. There's going to be a mix of albums though. There's going to be, those iconic ones, the ones that Dumb Toes really messes with that I talk about all the time, and some albums I don't really talk about too much. Right off the bat, I want to get rid of some iconic albums, and I'm talking about Nevermind by Nirvana and the Blue Weezer album. I feel like I don't have to put too many words, too much thought. You guys already know how everybody feels about these albums. But for the people that don't know how I feel towards about these albums, let me elaborate a little bit. So basically Nirvana, right? Nevermind, iconic. Nirvana, one of my all-time favorite bands, and the reason why this channel exists. Boom, easy, done. Weezer, just very good music. Good music. Moving on, next album, Downward is Heavenward by the greatest band of all time, Hum. And a lot of people only love Hum because of You'd Prefer an Astronaut, a Green album. A Green album we do not fuck with in this episode. Downward is Heavenward though, I feel like it's as good as You Prefer an Astronaut. You got some beautiful songwriting on here. You got some heavy ass riffs like songs like Dreamboat. Green to me is such a 90s college radio type of riff for some reason that pops into my head, and I advise you all listen to it if you haven't, because people don't know that Hum doesn't only have one album, you know what I'm saying? It's not like they made You Prefer an Astronaut and then just ceased to exist. Moving on to Poison the Well, the opposite of December. Metalcore Hall of Fame album, Hall of Fame band. In my mind, I believe this album is perfect, a 10 out of 10. It's not like my ratings carry any heavy weight, but I do feel like I can listen to any song on here and I'm going to go crazy. Songs like Artist's Rendering of Me, Slice Paper Wrist, you got Nerdy on here, which is all-time classic, right? The album's like 30 minutes and you just boom, just like that. Perfect pacing, perfect everything. It's in your face. I love it. It's one of the best of all time. Moving on to another great band of modern day rock and roll, and I'm talking about Narrowhead. But what album? Of course, Moments of Clarity. One of my favorite albums of the 2020s, and probably my favorite album of the 2020s, released in 2023. Beautiful with the distortion, the fuzziness to it, the vocals, the melodies. There's some hard-hitting riffs on there as well. I talk about this album way too much, so I'm gonna move past it now. Moving on to Planes Mistaken for Stars, self-titled. A fantastic album that kind of reminds me of Sunny Day Real Estate. And if you really fuck with SDRE, Sunny Day Real Estate, I think you might mess with this band, you know what I'm saying? Blue covered album, we really mess with that. There's a little bit more aggression in there in terms of like kind of riffs, but the vocals really are fun and do remind me of Sunny Day Real Estate with that just twang in it, that little twang. Yeah, there's some slow moments in there, fast-paced moments in there, a little bit of everything, honestly, the more I'm thinking about it. Moving on to an iconic album in my household and many people's households, Shed by the band Title Fight. Oh, how this album makes me smile, makes me ponder, makes me feel every type of emotion. Everything feels real. Everything feels like you're in this specific moment. There's like every song has a specific component that has like its own identity, and then you just recognize everything. Moving on to the band Shiner and the album Lula Divinia. Something like that. I just call it Lula. I found this band at the same time I found Hum, and obviously I love Hum and everything, but I think they were touring a little bit together in the mid 90s, which I found very fun. I love hearing or like looking up like who my favorite bands toured with and all this stuff. Maybe I'll find more music, stuff of that nature. You know how it goes whenever you're trying to find music. Found Shiner, and they kick ass. They really do. I feel like they don't get enough love. I tried to show love. I've talked about them before on here, on Instagram, TikTok, all that stuff, when I talked about like forgotten 90s albums or something like that, or underrated 90s albums, and this was on that list. So moving on to the album Keep It Like a Secret by the amazing band Built to Spill. Built to Spill, one of those bands where I don't even have to say much either. Classic indie rock 90s. Oh my god, the amount of influence this band has on a bunch of bands of today and bands that were coming up in the 90s and 2000s, 2010s, all that shit. One of the most dopest bands ever. The album starts off with my favorite song by Built to Spill, The Plan. I love that song because it just sounds so hopeful, sounds so joyous, and that's how I feel every time I listen to Built to Spill. It kind of brings a sunshine to my ears. Moving on to another album that I've talked to death about on this channel and on every other form of social media that I have. I'm talking about the band Helium and their album The Dirt of Luck. It's September, baby, and this is the perfect time to listen to Helium. This is the perfect album to listen to when you're listening to Helium. That makes sense. Yeah, dude, this gives me that fall type of Halloween almost vibe in terms of the instrumentals, the vocals, everything that they use. It's really just a bunch of colors smeared together, but in a beautiful way. Yeah, one of my favorite bands ever, bro. Helium, so underrated. Moving on to the next band. This band is called At, and the album is Mind Palace Music. This is a band from Pennsylvania, I believe, or at least one of the members is from there. A couple years ago now, I made a video. I was trying to find bands from each fucking state, and then I landed on Pennsylvania, and I found this band, and I was like, oh my god, that's a little different. I don't think anybody's really doing this type of sound. It reminded me of like 70s for some reason. 70s like folk acoustic stuff. The vocals were awesome. And the music that they make now, I think, is a little bit different, you know? It's not like that anymore, but they still have kind of like that it factor, you know what I'm saying? To me, at least. Yeah, they create like these cool-ass old vintage soundscapes. They're like one of the reasons why I feel like Pennsylvania has one of the coolest, best music scenes out right now, because everybody just sounds different. Everybody has something different. Moving on to another iconic band, iconic status, iconic band, album, everything. Mazzy Star, Among My Swan. Beautiful, slow, methodical. I remember the first time I listened to this a while back is when I was watching Rick and Morty, and then they played this song when like Rick was like going through some shit, and then I was like, oh my god, that's the most gut-wrenching song I've ever heard in my life. I looked it up, Mazzy Star, all this shit, and I was like, whoa, this is beautiful, this is peak. And yeah, Hope Sandoval, one of the greatest of all time, songwriters, lyricists, singers. Probably not in terms of like vocal range, but of like just making you feel something. Let's move on to another band from Pennsylvania. We just talked about one a while back. Super Heaven, Jar, iconic, bro. But you know, okay, let me stop saying you know what I'm saying. I feel like I say that in every video, and then I start cutting the clips and editing. I'm like, dude, can I shut the hell up? Why is that all I say? Anyways, one of those bands that everybody tries to sound like. I know I've made songs that kind of sound like Super Heaven. They just have that it factor as well. They have the songwriting down. They have the riffs down. They have everything down, you know. They have everything down, you know, and everybody tries to take at least something from Super Heaven, at least nowadays, and all the bands that are coming up right now. Moving on to one of the greatest bands of all time, the Cranberries, Bury the Hatchet. The album cover is blue, don't worry, but it's a cool ass album cover, even if it wasn't blue. But yeah, it's like the eyeball and everything. It's just like, whoa, the vision is kind of crazy right now. You got Animal Instinct on there. It's just Dolores. It's the Cranberries, you know, sonically beautiful. Moving on to MBV, My Bloody Valentine, self-titled, you know, MBV. At first I thought this album cover, like from my memory, I thought this album cover was purple, but it's blue. And if you say it's purple, you might be colorblind, no offense. But yeah, dude, this is blue, and what a fantastic album by My Bloody Valentine in the 2010s. It does get overshadowed by Loveless, because Loveless is iconic, and so many bands have tried to sound like that. So many bands have been inspired. My Bloody Valentine is that shoegaze band that you think of when you think of shoegaze in general, alongside other bands like Slowdive and stuff like that. But I feel like My Bloody Valentine just ups the ante and just like it hits this other type of soundscape that a lot of bands are trying to achieve. And I think it's cool that they have that influence. I think it's dope that a bunch of bands try to like take a little bit or a lot depending on who you're talking about, but I don't really give a fuck about that shit. Every band you listen to has taken something from someone, so maybe all these albums on here are underrated. Maybe I'm just talking out of my ass. Moving on to Duster, Contemporary Movement. Duster is one of those bands, kind of like the slowcore band Low, where I just sit and ponder every time I listen to those bands. And maybe that's just me, maybe I'm a thinker, but Duster to me nails that sound where I'm like walking alone, hands in my pocket, the weather's a little bit gloomy, boom, I'm there. But I'm not saying that like they're a depressing ass band. They put me in a place, you know, they create a scenario, they create a scenery too, and they have one of my favorite songs on here, Operations. Moving on to an incredible modern band. They used to go by the name Cinema, now they go by I Promised the World. This is the album Fear of the Fall. Very powerful music, very in your face, abrasive, very destructive, very Hulk smash, you know, but there's also little moments of beauty in there that should not get overlooked in my opinion. Fear of the Fall, also dope ass name. Yeah, one of the most explosive bands of today in my opinion. Moving on to probably a random one that you probably did not expect on here, but Big Fish Theory by Vince Staples. Yeah, man, I remember being in high school. This was like 2017, I think it released. So that's like junior year. No, it's like sophomore, junior year. And I was listening to this and I was like, dude, this shit is so fucking hype. Hey, quit playing. There's that song with Juicy J. Hey. And I don't remember there being too much noise about that album during that time. It kind of just like came and went, unless I'm being stupid. But I was listening to it and I was like, God damn, Vince Staples, underrated. I don't know if this next album counts as a blue album because it's kind of split in the middle. Maybe there's another color that overpowers it, maybe like the color orange, but I'm going to put it on here. Honorary blue album, Cocteau Twins, Heaven or Las Vegas. I understand if you want to yell at me and be like, this is not a blue album. This is not blue. You're probably right, but I'm just going to talk about it a little bit. And by a little bit, probably one sentence. I really like this album. Who doesn't? That's like 2 sentences, but whatever. Moving on to dope ass indie alternative rock band of modern day that I wish made more music. It's been like 2 years. I don't know where they're at anymore. But Waveform Antarctica. I was listening to this earlier and I was like, dude, I forgot how fucking good this album is. There's like some songs on there that kind of remind me of like Alex G in a little way. I feel like they're inspired by Alex G to some extent. They have some songs that sound like Alex G tunes, but on this album they really like experiment their sound. One of the members on here is like one of my favorite lyricists of modern day because the picture that this songwriter paints for me is so beautiful. In an instant I understand like what they're trying to say and what they're trying to depict, how they're feeling in that moment, and then I'm like, damn, I felt like that too before. Moving on to another album that consists of a human being underwater and that being the cover. Pretty sick. Deep Divine album. There's some moments where I feel like it's Hole inspired. Some Smashing Pumpkins moments are inspired in there. It's really just like a 90s alternative rock type of tapestry, whatever the fuck. Honestly, if I had to give this album one word, it'd be cool. All lowercase, COOL. Next up is an album that low-key honorary blue album. Might not be a blue album to you, but to me, it's a blue album. I'm talking about Velocity Girl's album, Copacetic. Velocity Girl is such a cool band to me. They kind of remind me like, imagine your kindergarten teacher or like your first, second grade teacher. They're all friends and they all had a band in the 90s. That's the type of music that Velocity Girl makes. You know what I'm saying? Fuck. They make such like collages. Moving on to the band or artist Lois and the album Strumpet. They also had this one like dreary sad song on there that kind of blew up on TikTok. You also got like a male vocalist within there. It's music for everybody. It's music to ponder to. It is, you know, it's kind of like emo. It's basically like emo music. Second to last album, and then we gotta go. You're under the blue pill and it's wearing off, and then you won't listen to these albums ever again. Moving on to the band Mad Planets. In the album Music Makes Me Think of You. Mad Planets, I haven't talked about in a minute on my channel, but dude, I don't even know how to describe it. It's like your math teacher, I guess kind of like Velocity Girl, where like your teachers made music in the 90s, but like your art and math teacher were dating or something in the 90s and decided to make music. When I listen to Mad Planets, it's like a jumble of joy for me. If you want that sunshine in your ears, if you want those plants to grow within your heart, listen to Mad Planets. The last album that I have on my list. I hope you've had a good time under the blue pill, blue eternal bliss pill. The last album on my list is by the band Chavez. It is Ride the Fader. Cool, underrated band, indie rock band from the 90s. Kind of reminds me, vocals wise, it reminds me of Sebado, and it's a little bit more explosive, so I guess like kind of like Dinosaur Jr. maybe, but it's like its own entity. It's indie rock, classic 90s indie rock. If you want that sort of Pavement type of vibe, this is the album for you for sure. And that's the end of my list. You are running out of time under the blue pill, and you will revert back to your sad life. Like and subscribe, keep the music alive. The blue pill, it's time.
Now here we go. I can't help it if I'm popping, see them watch like I feel fabulous. Go work it out. I hit it back with a brand new style. I'ma shout it real loud and proud. Baby, I'm fabulous.
Here is how often you would use Zero in a day. It's designed to keep your business running smoothly and can save you hours a week on admin tasks. Like many entrepreneurs, I was drowning in administrative work. Now that these tasks are automated, I can focus on doing what I do best. With Xero, you get real-time insights and tools like automated payment reminders to improve your cash flow and reduce the stress. You can check your finances from your phone, tablet, or laptop. You can review your numbers during planning meetings and even while traveling. Xero's layout helps you understand